All right. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Wow, what a packed room tonight. This is fantastic to see. I'd like to open up the June 1st Select Board meeting. As we always do, for all of those able and willing, please rise for the pledge. Alrighty. Well, again, it's great to see everyone here tonight. We have a very special meeting agenda with a lot of fantastic things happening, and I'm glad to see such a great showing. But first, we always start every meeting off with citizens' queries. So I ask those who have a query for the Select Board to please come to the podium and ask your query. I would like to remind folks that we do have a pretty packed agenda item. We have a couple of special announcements and recognitions this evening. So if we could please keep our citizen queries brief and tight, that would be appreciated. But first, please welcome and just identify yourself and then ask your query.
Thanks very much. My name's Chubb Witten. I live on Argilla Road. I'm here, I promise not to be a fixture here. I was here last meeting as well. But I'd like to see a special town meeting with regards to additional funding for the public safety building. One thing I did learn about attending the last meeting was the 7-person standing rule, and that there were 7 citizens standing as per one of your board members, and that once there were the 7 citizens requesting a recount, then that's required, not at the discretion of the moderator. But I'd really like to see paper ballots for these large 2/3 funding requests. Just to take, I know it'll take longer to count. Just makes a more definitive end of the meeting. And then, as an aside, the flyer that was sent to the residents had no attribution to the group identity. I think that's probably a campaign finance violation or an ethics violation. I don't know, but I think that should be looked in. And the totality of this, I think, brings justification to go to a special town meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Hello.
Hello. Good evening.
And again, just be sure to speak right into that microphone.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. My name is Kate Elliott. I live on Argilla Road. I am a former school committee member and a former member of the Strategic Planning Committee, which you all know, but Mr. Sweeney doesn't know that. So I speak with some level of experience on town committees. I also urge your support for a special town meeting and a revote on the public safety building. We did not seize the opportunity for a revote on this failed school building in 2018, and many of us regret that missed opportunity. A lot of time and money have been invested in this project, and before we let it fade away, we deserve to get more of a consensus on if we should proceed. The ballot vote said yes, we should proceed. The town meeting, with only 5% of registered voters in attendance, was so close it was tough to tell. We deserve to figure out if we should proceed or not. A new school and the public safety building are the 2 most critical projects facing our town, and we need both. They are of equal importance and value and should not be pitted against each other. We can and should do both, and there's broad agreement that these projects are number 1 and number 2 on our list, and they're both in progress. What an opportunity for us. School supporters can also be public safety building supporters, as evidenced by full school committee support of the public safety building at town meeting. Our students deserve a new school and a safe town, not one or the other. You have heard and have been saying yourselves, some of you, I support the need for a public safety building. Public safety building will benefit everyone in town. Well, no, you don't support it, and no, it won't benefit everyone if you don't vote it and take some action. You can't just support the concept. That's empty, and we've been doing that for years. You need to support the actual project in front of you and get it done, starting with a special town meeting and a revote. Let's check an actual project off our list, not just an idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Hello.
Hello, Ann Carroll, Upper River Road. The public safety building is on the agenda for 8:45 tonight. Will you be accepting public comments at that time?
We will not. It'll just be a discussion
Okay,
amongst the
thank
select
you.
board. Yep.
So I have one more query. Who are we as a town if a project secures our approval at town meeting and then a few years later we let it die when nothing significant has really changed except a negative campaign primarily by abutters? We have voted for the public safety building by significant majorities on multiple occasions. We need to stand by it now. Not doing so sends a very bad precedent. As our community leaders, I urge you to support a special town meeting. I think there may have been a violation of Mass General Law resulting from an invalid vote at the town meeting. The vote to approve the recount was not permitted. There was also a significant misinformation campaign that went largely uncountered, and the ballot vote showed strong support. This is an investment in our community and to those who serve us. I depend on the Ipswich Police every day to help keep my kids and all of our kids safe at school. With more droughts causing more fires, I depend on the fire department to help keep us safe. And we shouldn't take this public safety service for granted. We can thank them, but talk is cheap, and what they deserve is action. So please schedule a special town meeting to allow the voice of citizens to be fairly heard on this important issue.
Thank you. Next. Hello there.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Gary Champion, 3 Palomino Way. I will be brief. Ipswich cannot resolve our awful elementary schools if citizens, voters, and taxpayers are misinformed. Misinformation is why we did not fix our elementary schools in the prior MSBA application for state funding. Misinformation is why the current MSBA application for state funding may be in jeopardy. I sent the Select Board, School Committee, School Building Committee, the Finance Committee, and Town Manager a list of 24 false and unsubstantiated accusations against former and current school, town, and MSBA officials. I provided the boards and committees with documented facts to resolve 2 of the 24 false accusations. I will continue this work if school and town officials take action on this to help with public knowledge and confidence. So what are the select board's intentions when you're provided information like I've been doing?
So what we do so far is we share the information amongst each other, and when it comes to the committees that are responsible for the projects themselves, whether it be the SBC or the Public Safety Building Committee or whatever the subcommittee is, then they can also be shared the information, and if it comes up amongst the committee members to discuss further, then they'll ask the chair to put it on the agenda.
Well, I hope it is put on the agenda, and I hope at least to get an acknowledgement, something to the effect of the information that you provided is accurate, something, which shows that town officials and school officials agree that each individual accusation is not correct. Otherwise, people don't have the truth. Otherwise, people are encouraged to make more false accusations, and we're going to get nowhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that has a query for the select board? Go ahead.
Thank you. Robert Donahue, High Street, citizen member of the Public Safety Building Committee. As respect for the board and all that you have in front of you and all the issues and history that's going on, I just wanted to speak to a little bit of rhetoric that I've been hearing and reading about this project related to a revote. As the committee member, we have tried to listen to the public at meetings, at whether it's an open meeting, whether it is something at the church to gain feedback, or whether it is town meeting itself. You may recall that we actually have been before the town meeting multiple times. The first time we went for funding for an entire project of both the cost to design and build, and we were told no, and we came back again, and we broke that down into funding for just the design, and we passed, and then we came before this town for funding to build, and it passed. So I've heard words of precedent, et cetera. I just want to remind the board that precedent has been set. We have listened and heard what takes place at town meeting and the citizens, and it has been revoted, and I encourage you to revote or allow for a special town meeting to revote this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, moving right along to our next agenda item. So today marks the first official week of our new town manager, and although we have already had a contract signed and he's been doing great work for the last week or so, upon his suggestion, which I thought was a good one, we should have an official swearing-in ceremony for our new town manager. So I'm going to ask that the new town manager, Brendan Sweeney, and our town clerk come before the select board for a formal swearing-in of him to the town manager office. Yeah, right. It's fine.
All right, we're on. Andrea, do you want to grab the
Yeah, if
microphone?
you could just grab that
mic?
microphone and just hold it
mic
like this.
I think they'll hear me without it, but to be sure. All right, if you will raise your hand and repeat after me. I, Brendan Sweeney,
I, Brendan Sweeney,
solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully uphold the charter,
that I will faithfully uphold the Charter,
bylaws, and regulations governing the town of Ipswich.
bylaws, and regulations governing the town of Ipswich.
I will support the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
I will support the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
I will support the Constitution of the United States of America,
I will support the Constitution of the United States of America,
and that I will faithfully and impartially
and that I will faithfully and impartially
perform the duties of the office of town manager
perform the duties of the office of town manager
for the betterment of the town of Ipswich
for the betterment of the town of Ipswich
and its residents to the best
and its residents to the best
of my knowledge and ability.
of my knowledge and ability.
By the authority vested in me as town clerk, I declare you are duly sworn in as town manager of the town of Ipswich. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'll just have you sign this. And this is, so I'm just asking Brendan to sign what I've just sworn him in as, and I will just sign as witness.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right,
Now it's
thank you,
official.
Brendan. Now it's official, it's all on record.
No turning back
No
now.
turning back now, you're locked in.
It's too late now.
Yeah. That's right, recorded and everything. All right. Okay, moving right along to announcements. So, let's start off with a little bad news, then we can do all the fun stuff, okay? So the bad news is that unfortunately, we did have to update our drought status as a community following the state's guidelines. So we are now at a water ban. You'll notice there are 3 screens that show the status that we are in. From what I'm told from our water department director is that the state's guidance is a little more strict than where we may necessarily be locally when it comes to our water supply. So what exactly does that mean when it comes to a severe status and a full water ban? It means that outdoor water use has restrictions. However, there are a couple of exceptions to the restrictions of outdoor water use. The first is for any health or safety reasons. The second is by regulation, if something's already pre-regulated. The third is for the production of food and fiber. The fourth is for the maintenance of livestock. And the fifth is to meet the core functions of a business, for example, irrigation by golf courses as necessary to maintain less than tees and greens, or irrigation by plant nurseries or agricultural operations as necessary to maintain stock or establish new plantings, wash equipment to prevent damage and or maintain performance, pest management, and plant cooling. So if you have any further questions, you can feel free to either email the select board directly, or you can also reach out to our water department director and their team. They're pretty good at fielding questions. Obviously, if you have rain barrels and you're collecting water, you can use those. You can reuse water that you have in your home, from boiling water to make pasta, for example, those types of things. But you can't be using your hose to water, and you can't be using sprinkler systems or filling pools, etc. We are always being constantly updated by the water department on the status, and like I had mentioned, locally our status is slightly better than what the majority of the state is experiencing. But I think that depending on the level of rain that we get, even though we just had 15 inches of rain the other day, depending on the level of rain we get will determine how far this drought status will remain, or hopefully it doesn't go even into a worse situation. So if you have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out to either us or the water department, and then also stay tuned because we will keep these announcements at select board meetings. Any questions from the board?
Do you want to just,
Yeah, go ahead.
sorry, do you want to just clarify that includes private wells?
Yes, it's not just public water infrastructure from the water department system, it's also private well use as well. Thank you. Charlie?
Michael, if I may, this is obviously an unprecedented time in the season that we do have a water ban. Usually they come after some period of extremely dry weather. But just coming from a winter and obviously some pretty significant rainfall, it's kind of disconcerting that, we have a water ban at this point in time, especially when people are, wanting to paint their houses and, clean up and plant gardens, et cetera. And, I'm not, questioning whether or not it's needed, but I think it needs further explanation from the water department as to how we got into this situation. I mean, we've asked people to spend $50 million for a water treatment plant. We're making strenuous efforts to find leaks in the system, to correct those and save water so it's not wasted. But I think that we really should sit down and have our water management people explain how we got here, and why.
So one of the other things I'm going to mention on the announcements is that we are having a water wastewater subcommittee meeting this week, and we'll be talking about that as a subcommittee and maybe get some sort of presentation or explanation put together for the commissioners and the public to consume.
Great,
Any
thank
other questions, Carl? Sarah? Excellent. All right. Moving on real quick when it comes to announcements, as I just mentioned, there is going to be a water wastewater subcommittee meeting this Wednesday at the Utilities Department at 7 p.m. There will also be a school building committee meeting next Thursday, June 11th at 6 p.m. in Meeting Room A here. Are there any other announcements for meeting dates, Sarah?
No?
Carl?
Thank you.
Just not an open, well, it's an open meeting, but I sit on the Payne Grant Committee, as you well know, and we have our final meeting to decide, make final decisions on the current round of Payne Grants tomorrow night.
Great. Thank you. Linda?
Thank you. The Shellfish Advisory Board will meet on Tuesday, June 9th at 7 p.m. The Waste Reduction Advisory Committee will meet on Wednesday, June 10th at 6:30 p.m. And on Saturday, June 13th from 9 to 12 will be the electronics and styrofoam collection at the high school. So,
I'm good.
Brendan, do you have any announcements for meeting dates?
Not at this time.
Okay, great, thank you. Moving right along to the main event. So again, I want to express my appreciation for the great level of turnout that we have this evening. We are all here to recognize a very special institution that Ipswich has had for many, many years, and that is the Call Firefighter Program. What I'm going to do is first kick it off to Chief Parisi for a few words. Chief.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and to you and through you and the members of the board. My name is Paul Parisi, and it is my privilege to serve as your fire chief. Before we begin, this morning, 11 members of the Ipswich Fire Department attended the funeral of Boston firefighter Robert Kilduff. He was killed in the line of duty last Saturday night, and I just ask if we could just have a brief moment of silence for him, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, this evening we are here to honor and celebrate the residents of Ipswich who have faithfully served as call and volunteer firefighters, protecting our community for over 2 centuries. The call and volunteer firefighting force has been in existence since the inception of fire protection in Ipswich. If you'll indulge me, I'd like to share just a little information gathered by town historian Gordon Harris. As early as 1642, every Ipswich household was ordered to have a bucket and ladder in constant readiness. When fire broke out, the town relied upon men to rush to the scene with buckets and ladders to extinguish the fire. In 1785, fire wardens were chosen to create and organize some level of organized fire protection. These 10 fire wardens were men of mature years, some of who were commanders on the battlefield during the American Revolution. They represented various sections of town, including Chabaco, Linebrook, and the Hamlet. By 1803, 2 engine companies, or hand tubs, were purchased by the First and South parishes. And then in 1821, town meeting instructed the selectmen to purchase a fire engine for the town. It was stored at the old town hall on South Main Street. Its first name, Go Ahead, was later changed to Agawam. Additional firehouses were organized and created in Lord Square, Warren Street, and Candlewood. These hand tubs took at least 20 men to operate and were filled by yet more men who would carry buckets of water to fill the tubs. It was quite a manpower-intensive operation. Over the years, in addition to Agawam, these tubs carried names such as Masconomet and Neptune. By 1873, the town received a very generous donation by General William Sutton to grant us our first ladder truck. By 1891, the fire department consisted of the Board of Engineers, 3 engine companies, and a ladder company, all told a roster of 162 men. In more recent times, when the Linebrook Station was established in the 1970s, it became the primary meeting and training place for our call force. For several decades, a call force of 30-plus members were in place with a waiting list. These members, some of whom are with us tonight, operated out of this location for years. Then, as the numbers dwindled and the force grew smaller, we moved to fire headquarters, where the call force remained until the program was indefinitely suspended in January of this year. Well over 1,000 members of this community have passed through the doors of the firehouses of this town, filled leather fire buckets with water, mushed horses that brought hand tubs and steamers to fires, ridden on modern fire apparatus, commanded fires and emergency scenes, provided emergency medical care and rescue to our residents and visitors. They have left the warmth and comfort of their own houses at all times during the day and night, in all weather, for little or no compensation. This evening, we have an opportunity to publicly thank those members for their service. Just a couple fun facts that David Irvine, who's present with us tonight, pointed out to me tonight. At one point during the 70s and 80s, approximately 1/3 of the department was actually comprised of members of 4 families: the Bowens, the Wilds, the Martineaus, and the Stones. And then we've also had a whole bunch of father-son teams, including the Bowens, the Irvines, the Emersons, and the McKays, in addition to the Martineaus and the Wilds and the Stones. We are joined this evening by 20 past call firefighters. With the help of call firefighter Irvine, I'd like to recognize their names now. John Morris, Rich Hilaire, David Irvine, Brett Emerson, Blake Emerson, Bob Bowen, Jack Bowen, Jeff Johnson, John Camora, Dennis Ryan, Donnie George, Jeff Stone, Mike Sikora, Vinnie Martineau, the Reverend Bruce Arba, Warren Grant, Jeremy Dalton, Deke Clapp, Dave Gordon, Mark Lewis, Chris Gregory, Dave Smith, Mike Varone. And the oldest, what we believe to be the oldest living member, Rolly Gallant. Mr. Chairman, I'd also like to recognize the 5 remaining call members that were with us right to the end when the call force was suspended. In addition to announcing their names, I'd like to issue them these members that have served the department for greater than 20 years with a Massachusetts Department of Fire Services Length of Service Award and pin. So when I call you forward, please join me here at the podium. First is firefighter Christopher Gregory, 40 years service. Firefighter Bob Bowen, 40 years service. Firefighter Deke Clapp, 35 years service. And firefighter David Smith, 35 years service. I'd also like to recognize two members of the call force who passed away this spring, Captain Wyme Atkinson and firefighter Stanley Coburn. Stanley, incidentally, had 55 years service to the community. Other than a picture, which hopefully we'll do later, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my portion of the presentation. I would like to thank the members that came out this evening. I'd like to also add that our annual Fire Department Memorial Service will be held on Sunday, June 14th. We will post details on our Facebook page and give it to the Ipswich Local News. All past and present members, as well as family members, past and present, are welcome to attend, as well as the members of the general public. Mr. Chairman, this evening we're joined by Senator Bruce Tarr and Representative Kristen Kastner, who in addition to your board have presentations and proclamations, and I will turn it over to you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you for your remarks, and not only the history lesson, but also recognizing all the folks that are here today. It's pretty amazing to think about not only the service that call firefighters served and how they were the backbone of the fire department, but for how long they served and dedicated to the town. And although the program itself might be suspended, what isn't suspended is the fact that your memory and your contribution and your dedication to this community will live on forever, and that's for sure. I'd like to welcome our representative, Kristen Kastner. Representative, if you'd like to say a few words, please. Thank you for coming.
Sure, thank you, Representative Kristen Kastner, and I will say a few words and then hand it over to Senator Tarr, and then probably together give out our citations. I just want to say thank you for having me here tonight, but also thank all of you for your service, and you didn't have to, you chose to be public servants to help protect us in the town and the history of Ipswich, which I am always increasingly in awe of. Thank you for all of the history of just the decades and centuries that you've been here. When my son was little, we used to say, when we passed the fire police station, that he'd say, "Thank you, police, thank you, fire, thank you for keeping us safe." And he hasn't said it for a while, but he's 10 now. And the other day we passed a fire station and he said, "Thank you for keeping us safe, firefighters." And he's in the back seat and I was like, oh. But just to echo that, just thank you all for choosing to be with us and keeping us safe and every day. So thank you all for your service. And we're just here, glad to be here to celebrate with you here today.
Thank you. Senator Tarr, welcome. Thank you for coming.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and through you to the members of the board. It is indeed an honor to be here with you tonight to commemorate the incredible legacy of those that have served in the call and volunteer fire service in this community. But I do want to begin realizing the events that occurred with the funeral in Boston today, at just expressing a word of thanks to everyone in the fire service in this community for placing themselves in a position of being able, in some of the darkest moments that could ever come in our lives, of being there to help us, to assist us, to respond in times of crisis and protect public safety. And I think we should give all of the members of the fire service that are present here tonight a big round of applause for that. And Mr. Chairman, we do tonight recognize a particularly important chapter in the history of the fire service in this town. As Chief Parisi so articulately reminded us, this fire service was born of necessity. It was born out of a recognition that fire and its power to destroy is one of the most significant threats to public safety in any community. It was when the fire service was started in its earliest days, and it remains so today. What hasn't changed over the years are the changes in technology, the changes in fire science, the changes in the equipment that gets used, is the spirit and dedication of those who use those tools, those who wear that equipment, those who respond in a moment's notice. And I think we all know that the members of the call and volunteer fire service, they're a very special breed. We're lucky in this community to have so many people that want to provide public service. But emblematic of the very best of that public service are those who serve in the call and volunteer fire service. Their service is special, being ready, willing, and able to respond in a moment's notice, taking the time to train and be capable of incredibly efficient and effective responses when we need them, and having a very special spirit of camaraderie and esprit de corps that has carried that segment of the fire service all of these many years. You know, it's no surprise when we hear about the legacy of the families and the father and son combinations that Chief Parisi recited. And it's because in this community, being part of the call and volunteer fire service is in essence being part of the community for so many families and so many individuals. So tonight, as we recognize that chapter in the history of the call and volunteer fire service in this town, we should remember the very special values that it represents. And as you said, Mr. Chairman, while the active duty and active service of this group of individuals will come to an end, the enduring spirit of what they have brought to the table and what they have brought to their citizenship in this community, being willing to give it all for their neighbors, will endure as a value of the fire service and of the town. So thank you for the opportunity to come and say thank you. Thank you to each and every one of you who have populated the call and volunteer fire service and represented the very best of what it means to volunteer, to give of yourself, to stand up for your neighbors, and be there so the community can be safe and strong, and particularly tonight, proud. Congratulations and thank you to all of you. So we do, with your indulgence, Mr. Chairman, we do have citations. I know that the board has some as well, but if we could present ours at this time, it would be appreciated. And we did not rehearse this, so they may not be in the same order. But let's see if we can do the best at coordinating this.
Figure it out.
Who do you have first, Kristen? We'll get to it. Okay, the first citation that we have is for Christopher Gregory. should do that. Representative reminds me that we should actually read one of these citations, which would be a good idea. So on the part of the Senate, they read, "Be it known that the Massachusetts Senate hereby extends its congratulations to our call and volunteer firefighters in recognition of your dedicated service to the community as a member of the Ipswich Fire Department. And be it further known that the Massachusetts Senate extends its best wishes for continued success, that this citation be duly signed by the President of the Senate and attested to and a copy thereof transmitted by our clerk. And these are signed by our Senate President, Karen Spilka. They're attested to by our clerk, Michael Hurley, and proudly offered by myself on June 1st of 2026. And from the House.
And from the House, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the House of Representatives, be it hereby known to all that the Massachusetts House of Representatives offers its sincerest congratulations in recognition of serving the town of Ipswich as a call firefighter, answering the alarm whenever it was struck to protect the citizens of the town. The entire membership extends its very best wishes and expresses the hope for future good fortune and continued success in all endeavors given on this first day of June 2026. Signed by Speaker of the House, Ronald Mariano, and myself, Kristen Kasner. And up is Robert Bowen. Next, we have Michael Verone.
And next we have David Smith. Okay, and next is Donald Deek Clapp. Once again, Mr. Chairman, thank you for allowing us to be part of this commemoration tonight. We look forward to seeing the board's commemorations, and we will stand by as well for a potential photo opportunity, which, with this many cameras in the room, including one ably held by our former state representative, Brad Hill, we know that there will surely be an opportunity for a photo op. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you both. And just so everyone is aware, there are going to be refreshments downstairs in the basement across from the COA meeting room for all who are able to attend. Now, as far as locally on behalf of the Select Board, I couldn't think of a more appropriate person to present on our behalf than an individual who is a member of this board who has also spent decades worth of service in Ipswich's public safety. So with that, I'll pass it over to Charlie Sapitsky.
Thank you, Michael, and thank you for indulging me. First, let me say on a personal note, it's been an honor to have served with you for these many years. We have had great moments of joy and laughter, and many of sadness and despair. And through it all, in these trying times, you have answered the call and protected your neighbors, friends, strangers, and visitors to our community. On behalf of the members of the Select Board, both today and in the past, as well as the citizens of our town and the visitors thereto, thank you. This plaque, which I'm about to present, and the words written thereon, should forever be hung in a place of honor for generations that served on our call force in recognition and in gratitude. So let me read the plaque. In honor of all Ipswich call firefighters, This memorial plaque is placed by the town of Ipswich in honor and thanks for the service of all call firefighters who answered the alarm whenever it was struck to protect the citizens of the town for generations. We remember each and every one and hereby recognize their dedication and willingness to step into the danger of fire without hesitation or reward. They represented the true spirit of service to our community, and we are eternally grateful. Presented in the year 2026 by the citizens of the town of Ipswich in recognition of their service and sacrifice. Thank you.
So referencing that photo opportunity that the senator mentioned, I'm going to ask everyone to fill the well here for a photo opportunity, and we'll have a few folks take the picture from here. Do you need a chair?
I think I'm okay.
All right.
Ask us to fill in any way? Sure. A little bit closer. Pretend like you guys like each other. Come on.
All right, now for all the amateur cameras, we're going to start over here. We're going to look at Brad. Right? Look at Brad.
They say smile, cheese, all that stuff. Thank you.
Okay, now slightly toward the left to Dan.
Thank you. Looks great.
Now right down the middle. For anybody who, no, come on back. I already got it. You got it? All right. And now to the left, to you.
I'm good.
You good? Okay. Then to Christina. And we got one more over there by the door. Did we get you? All right. Thank you all.
Say, speaking in the back over there. Oh my God, Tom. All right. I would let it.
Funny part is that it's him and
All right, so moving right along. Again, for all those who have the ability to, there are going to be refreshments downstairs in the basement level across from the Council on Aging room, and all are welcome to attend that event. And thank you again for the showing. But we're going to continue on because we still have a packed agenda, and we have another announcement or recognition, if you will, of another milestone here in Ipswich.
Mike, I think we have to wait a minute.
Carl's gonna shut the door. Of another accomplishment and milestone from local folks here in Ipswich. And what I would like to do is pass the microphone to Select Board Member Linda Alexson, who has been championing this recognition tonight. Linda.
Thank you. So this group that we're about to recognize really needs no introduction for most of us. My husband and I and many of our friends, and I think probably a good deal of the town of Ipswich, have gone to their concerts over the years. And most recently, I attended their concert in April at Hampton, New Hampshire. It was there I learned that they're celebrating their 50th anniversary of entertainment this year, and I felt that this incredible milestone really needed to be recognized here in Ipswich, since they are from here, they got their start here, some of them still live here, and Ipswich is always a part of their introduction. They're extremely talented, fun, and funny, and have an incredible following of Ipswich friends and fans. And this band, The Fools, has made Ipswich very, very proud. So I'd like to introduce Mike Gerard and from The Fools and ask him to come up and with his bandmates that are here. And Mike, if you could just say a few words about your band and your start.
Can we get some more microphones up here?
Yeah. After which
First of all, that was a very tough act to follow. My goodness. Music heroes, whole different than real heroes. Anyhow, why don't I introduce the band? It's pretty rare in the world when you can be in a rock and roll band with a guy you've known since 5 years old, and that would be Stacy Pedrick. He still lives in Ipswich, as most of you know, and Rich Bartlett, guitar player Rich Bartlett, also is over here. He also lived in Ipswich for very many years. Of course, I was born here and was here for probably my first 35 or 40 years. Also, Eric Adamson, bass player. He'd like to live in Ipswich, but he can't afford it. Anyhow, I have a few prepared words here. Hold that, please. Okay, hang on a sec. All right. It's hard for me to be serious. I don't want to make it seem like I'm not taking this serious. We are very honored. No matter where we play in the world, we're Ipswich, Massachusetts. We're still the same boys that grew up here. And no matter where we play, we're introduced as from Ipswich, Massachusetts, home of the fried clam and entertainment capital of the world. There's a few other members that aren't here. First of all, drummer Leo Black is having a back issue, so he couldn't make it tonight. But let's hear it for Leo Black. What else you got? Okay, past members. This is going to take about 15 minutes. You may want to get on to the. We've had more drummers than Spinal Tap, I think. First of all, Chris Pedrick was the original drummer. Let's hear for Chris Pedrick. Tom Hambridge was the drummer for a while. Jim Taft was a drummer for a while. Dave Laggs was a drummer for a while. Now let's get to the 7 or 8 bass players we had. I'm just kidding. Let's not do that. Some of them are in other parts of the universe now, and they don't know that you didn't clap for them, but let's clap for them anyhow. When we were sitting outside watching the 5- and 6-year-old kids play baseball out there, I just remember Stacy and I being in that same field so many years ago at the same age. And, even then we were interested in girls. I guess rock and roll was a normal procedure for us after that, but thank you so much. We're honored.
So, we're not done with you yet. So, first of all, we have your very first album here, and before you leave tonight, we were hoping that maybe you would sign it so that we can display it for all to see in the town hall.
Excellent.
So,
by the way, that came out in 1948. That was our first.
I wasn't there then, but also on behalf of the Ipswich Select Board and the town of Ipswich, it gives me great pleasure to congratulate you on this golden milestone and to present you with this proclamation, which I'll read for you. From the Ipswich Select Board, whereas the Fools hail from the historic town of Ipswich, Massachusetts, the proud home of the fried clam and entertainment capital of the world, as they introduce themselves at every concert, and whereas the Fools are composed of legendary Ipswich talent and have an unparalleled 50-year legacy of musical camaraderie, humor, and live performances, and whereas the Fools pioneered parody rock with iconic hits such as Psycho Chicken, It's a Night for Beautiful Girls, World Dance Party, She Makes Me Feel Big, and Life Sucks and Then You Die.
What a career.
And whereas from their first performance on New Year's Eve 1975 to performing around the world to their 50th anniversary celebrations this year, the Fools remain a staple of local culture, frequently playing at nearby landmarks, including Ipswich's Crane Estate. And whereas 2026 marks 50 years of, quote, fooling fans and showcasing this band's enduring talent, resilience, a dedication to never growing up, and even being honored with their own Fool's Day. Now, therefore, the Ipswich Select Board hereby recognizes and congratulates the Fools for 50 years of entertainment and accomplishments, including their induction into the New England Music Hall of Fame. We wish the Fools continued success and invite all residents to celebrate this golden milestone and enjoy their music, given on this first day of June 2026. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
So what I'd like to do is, similarly, can we have everyone here in the well, and we'll take a photo. Oh,
We have
my apologies. We have some more recognition of your milestone and accomplishment from our legislative delegation. So, back to the microphone. Representative.
Thank you, thank you. We are proud to be here and proud to celebrate this milestone. And I'm sure at least what I have seen from all of music talent in the town of Ipswich, the middle school band is like the Boston Pops, so I'm sure at 5 years old you were amazing and continue to be for all of these years, and really just been an inspiration to so many that have come after you in this modern history of Ipswich. So I have a proclamation from the House, and we will share it with the Senate as well. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts, be it hereby known to all that the House of Representatives and the Senate offers your sincerest congratulations to the Fools for 50 extraordinary years of entertaining Ipswich, Massachusetts, and the world with your unique brand of joyful and sometimes ironic music. The entire membership extends its very best wishes and expresses the hope of good fortune and continued success in all of your endeavors. Signed on this first day of June, 2026.
So gentlemen, Ipswich is known for having some wonderful natural resources. We've already mentioned the clam, we have great agricultural products, but you are among the greatest natural resources in the town of Ipswich and in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And you have a very special brand of creativity, let me put it that way. And in all kinds of ways you've expressed that, and you've made us very, very proud of taking what is special about Ipswich and bringing it around the world and sharing it with folks. And you know, we may have clam flats here, but you guys never sound flat. So there is an interesting dichotomy there. And we very much appreciate you and very much appreciate sharing your musical talents for 50 years with everyone. And not only reminding us how much music can touch our souls, but reminding us how much it can make us laugh too. So, gentlemen, thank you very much, and congratulations on an incredible 50 years.
You have to read them. It's over there.
All right, everybody, let's get lined up. We're going to do the same thing, right? Yes. Charlie, you okay with it? I'm good. We're good? All right. So we're going to start right over here with this incredible audio-visual equipment that's being used to record us. And then we're going to go toward Christina right over here. And then the professional photographer. All right, right down the middle. One of the longest spans of the Fools in history, Brad Hill. You got the camera? Yep. Thank you. And then to the right. Got it.
It was kind enough to point out that I bought that album 11 years ago.
All right, I'm off to bed. See you all.
Yeah.
Remember the times.
I had to Google who these guys.
Used to broadcast right across from there.
Yeah.
Mount Pleasant? I was over at WTBU when I was at Boston University. Yeah. Thank you.
He dropped off a bill schedule. He's like, oh, I had this in my bag. It's like literally legal. Sorry.
All right, one more smile. Oh, Tom.
All right, ready? Look over here. 1, 2, and 3.
That's a nice one.
I know.
I'm looking at the rat and thinking about all the concerts back in the day.
What songs do I know? Yeah, I think they're performing this year in the castle again. Yeah. Have that done. Tom's a rocker. I don't know. It's so crazy. Really? Yeah. Really? Who's what is on the back? Told me about there's a Black Friday day for records where he like wakes up at like 3 a.m. and goes and reads our records. To buy records. There's like a whole group of people to do it. It's like, okay, Tom. Yeah. I know. You don't know.
Congratulations.
Brendan, I was like, don't get used to it. The meetings are not as well attended. Until you do something they don't. Until something goes sideways. Yeah.
I can't think it would be. The album is doing 2 weeks. I'm kind of focused there. I don't think I can get into it until after. Oh yeah, please. He's done so much amazing stuff. Yeah, I love it. I really appreciate it. Yeah. And I'm looking forward to you and I like wrapping our heads together, brains together on some stuff.
You are a hoot.
Yeah. We'll be good. At some point in the movie, we'll probably go over
I've got other branching affordable place from No, I was on.
All right. For those who would like to continue mingling, I would ask if you could move to the hallway. Otherwise, unfortunately, even though I'd love to ask for a motion to adjourn and end tonight's meeting on a high note, we do have to continue business tonight. I'm going to call a motion to adjourn.
So moved. All right.
All in favor? Okay. Wow. Like I've joked a couple times now, I wish we could end tonight's meeting on that high note, but unfortunately, we do have other town business that we have to continue moving along with. So, next on the agenda item is board and committee business. Now, this board and committee business is the confirmation of a town manager appointment, Linda Riley, to the Conservation Commission. So with that, I would like to entertain a motion to confirm the town manager appointment.
So moved.
Moved by Charlie.
Second.
Second by Linda. Is there any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. She is confirmed. Brendan, if we could pass that message along? Will do. Thank you very much. Okay. Next on the agenda is the new 2026 Common Victualler License application, Michael Fitzgibbons, Ernest at New England Biolabs, 240 County Road. I am looking to, first of all, is there anyone here that would like to speak on that?
Just to confirm, this is just the employee cafeteria, right? It's not open to the public? Or
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, just cafeteria renovation.
Yep. They've been doing a lot of work over there for sure.
Yeah.
Are there any questions that the board has regarding this new common vic license? If not, I will entertain a motion to approve as presented to us in our packet tonight.
So moved.
Moved by
Second.
Carl, second by Sarah. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It's approved. And Brendan, if you could just pass that message along as well. Thank you. Okay, before we continue, I would like to take one item out of order, and that is our consent agenda, because I believe we do have someone here. Hey, welcome. If you wouldn't mind coming before us here. Relative to a one-day wine and malt liquor license application from our previous meeting, and we just had some very brief questions and wanted to make sure that we had all the paperwork in line before giving the green light.
Yeah, of course.
Awesome event. So if you wouldn't mind both just introducing yourselves and just giving a quick synopsis on what the application is for, that'd be great.
I'm Molly Friedman, co-owner of Sandpiper.
I'm Suzanne Claremont, co-owner of Sandpiper.
Welcome.
Thanks. We're just looking to do like a little after-hours event, so applying for a beer and wine license to serve some small plates from 4 to 8 p.m. I think we submitted 2 dates a month through, we did June, July, and August. So just kind of providing like an after-hours community event for people to come and see a different side to Sandpiper.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. And I think one of the questions that we had from our last meeting was the location of the outdoor portion. So I know that you have the very immediate front of the store is your property, and then it spills slightly into the town sidewalk. And I think we just wanted to make sure that those lines were delineated and that you had the appropriate paperwork for that.
Yep.
And I believe that they have submitted everything required, and that it was in our meeting packets for this evening.
Yep.
So does anyone have any questions?
No, where you're going to have the event is on your property, not on the town property, is that correct?
Well, we did apply for insurance to cover off of town property, or off of our property.
Okay.
So that's submitted. We got the paperwork Friday, we submitted it today.
That was my concern, because if you do use town property, you have to have,
Yep.
obviously the insurance that covers the town.
Yeah, we want to do it all
We
right.
all want to make sure it's great.
No, and
Excellent.
I understand, it's the first time around, and, it's something that I saw, the lines and,
Totally. Thank you.
anyway.
Any other questions from the board?
Can you just tell us a little bit about the outdoor space? Is it going to be outdoors? How much of the sidewalk, I guess we're concerned about sidewalk clearance.
Yeah, so, are you looking at one of the diagrams that we submitted?
Yes.
So we have like where our tables are now, and then it kind of quickly turns into town property. And so we were gonna put planters with stakes and rope to say like, don't go beyond, no alcohol behind this
I see.
line type of.
Okay.
So like, if you can imagine, there's the benches and everything, like we wouldn't go on to that.
Okay. Got it.
So people coming around, they would go
So
along the
they'll be
street
out,
to get up
We'd
to
kind
the-
of like funnel everybody in the middle.
That's kind of where your tables are now, right?
Exactly.
Okay, got it.
Exactly.
Linda?
Thank you. How many people do you anticipate being outdoors in the area where liquor will be served?
So we will still have people inside as well. I'm thinking like 30 to 50 total throughout the 3 hours.
Okay.
And that's inside and outside.
And are you and your employees, I think it's called TIPS
Tips,
certified?
yeah. We have several people tip
Yes.
certified.
Okay.
All right, last call. Any other questions? With that, I will entertain a motion to
One
appro-
more question. Will you have people outdoors monitoring
Yes.
during the events?
Yes.
Okay. I'm good.
All right, excellent. I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented to us in our packet.
So moved.
Moved by Linda, second by Sarah. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous.
Thank
Congratulations.
you.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Please come.
Will do.
Will do. Thank you. All right. So, moving along, we have, I believe, with us tonight, CFO from the schools, Tom Markham, here. And he is going to go over this agenda item number 7, which is to discuss and vote the school committee request for consent to access fiscal year 2026 special education reserve funds in the amount of $100,000 for unanticipated mandated services in fiscal year 2026. Tom, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself and just kind of explain why you're here tonight and exactly what this action is.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the time on this evening's agenda. I am Tom Markham, the Director of Finance and Operations for the Ipswich Public Schools. I'm here to present on behalf of the school committee a request from the Select Board to allow us to access, as we close fiscal year 26, to access $100,000 from the Special Education Reserve Fund. This fund, I did provide some background materials as to the fund being established back in 2017 and so forth. This fund was established specifically both under state law and then needed to be adopted locally, as it was back in 2017. Specifically exists for sort of a reserve fund to be built up and retained at the discretion of a vote between the select board and the school committee. Both boards must act before the school administration can access funds for extraordinary or unbudgeted special education costs, which could be certainly out of district tuitions, an extraordinary need that a student may have. Special education, transportation is another example of some of those. And we did have, throughout the course of fiscal 26, some extraordinary, unplanned, unbudgeted special education, needs. As we're closing the year, there is a need to access funds in order to balance the school books at the end of the year. This is something that we had been tracking for probably 60 to 90 days or so, and it was something that we were trying to avoid the request against the fund, but just as we began to get tighter and closer in ending the year, it's really a need to access the funds in order to make it all work out as we close the year. We've had. I can get into a certain level of details. You can, I'm sure, respectfully appreciate some of the services are confidential around students, and if we say too much, it's probably going to even unmeaningly so identify students. But we did have about $247,000 in extraordinary costs through the special education services this year, between out-of-district tuitions and transportation, and the way that I've recommended to the school committee that we close that gap as we finish the year is a threefold. We have reorganized our special education grant. The Department of Education, which must approve that, has already done so, to the tune of about $90,000 against the $247,000. We're going to increase our withdrawal out of the circuit breaker account, which is reimbursements that the state provides to school districts. That's about $58,000, and we're asking for $100,000 from the Special Education Reserve. Those three actions will allow us to close the school district books as well as the special education books for fiscal 26.
Great, thank you, Tom. And again, just to clarify, the reason why you're here this evening is because it requires a vote of not only the school committee but the select board in order to access those funds.
Yes, at the school committee's last meeting, 2 meetings ago, at the school committee's 2 meetings ago, they had approved the school administration's request for such funding and had authorized me and directed me to make this outreach to you folks.
Great. And was that vote unanimous?
It was 5-1 with 1 abstention. Someone had arrived late and it wasn't available, wasn't present for the conversation, so didn't feel engaged enough, but it was almost unanimous.
And briefly, what was the concern against?
Well, it was an abstention.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was 5-1-1.
No, it was 5-1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I see. Thank you. Questions, Sarah?
Can you remind us, Tom, how often we've used this since its creation?
How often, I honestly don't know. The last time it was used was in 2020.
Okay.
So it hasn't been used in my 3.5 years here as the school director. So it was used, I guess, six years ago was the last time.
Okay.
But it's been very infrequent, obviously. It wasn't created until 2017, so I didn't go back, obviously, that far. So I can do so, but did not.
That's okay. I remember when it was created, and I remember, the discussion that we had on the school committee at the time about it, being specifically for special education purposes to help stabilize the school budget when we have unexpected or unanticipated needs for students.
Right. I did include in the materials I provided the balance in the current fund from the end of last week, or the end of last week. And the balance in the current fund, for the record, is $742,359. So, as I said, it hasn't been used in my three budgets with you, and so there's certainly a healthy enough balance to be able to support this ask.
Great, thank you. Carl?
I don't really. I have one question. I'm not sure whether to ask it, but I will anyway.
Okay, fair enough.
Just a clarification, really. What you're doing is a procedural matter. Or it happens they have to come before the select board, and sounds like using the fund for exactly its intended purpose. So glad it helps balance the budget. I just wanted to ask you, because people probably took note of the article in local news about some discussion on the school committee and with the administration about the expenditure of some funds for public relations. I believe that's a decision to be made for the next fiscal year, not intertwined with this request tonight for fiscal 26. Is that right?
Oh, yes. That requested, or that discussion is before the school committee, and it would be a fiscal 27, item. It has nothing to do with closing the year this year.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Tom, for being here. So the unanticipated expenses that occurred during FY26 that you need these funds for, will those expenses be carried into the FY27 budget, and have they been budgeted for FY27 so that you won't be looking for this request next year?
So the answer to your first question is a yes. In both cases, you may recall back to the budget presentations that we made back in February, March. We did have an increase in our special education, budget lines, and so these items are incorporated into the fiscal 27 budget.
Okay.
But to your second point, we certainly can't. We don't know yet what we don't know, so there may be other extraordinary needs next year that may land me back here before you folks.
For these, you won't be.
Oh, no, not for these.
This is included in the FY27 budget.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Markham. What's the funding source of the fund?
So the funding source of the fund back at the time, there were two possible I guess sources of funds. The first would be a direct appropriation from town meeting as a line item, just to appropriate money directly to the fund itself. And the other way is in closing out a school budget year to be able to, as we do with the the Education Stabilization Fund, to appropriate something in closing the year directly from the school budget to the fund. We have not, again, in my time, we've not increased any appropriation to the fund itself. These resources are part of the town treasurer's, inventory of funds. And the only activity on this fund, as included in my report to you, the only activity this year was the town treasurer putting on the interest that the fund will have earned. Was $28,000 in interest that was earned throughout the course of the first 3 quarters of '26.
So it's all school funds? Right.
Yeah.
And it's capped at, it's 2% of, a maximum of 2% of net district spending?
Correct.
Yeah.
Any other further questions? If not, I will entertain a motion for the select board to approve the school administration to access fiscal year 2026 special education reserve funds in the amount of $100,000 for unanticipated mandated services in fiscal year 2026.
So moved.
Moved by Sarah. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Linda. Is there further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. Thank you very much, Tom. Thanks for coming out tonight.
Thank you,
Thank you all, folks. Have a good rest of the evening.
Thank you.
You too.
Okay, moving right along. Discuss the Select Board ELD petition letter to the General Court. So I think that the next 2 agenda items are going to be a 2-step process, because I think what we need to do is we had a town meeting a couple weeks ago now, and at that town meeting, a citizen's petition was successful, and that petition requires that we send a letter to the General Court to petition them to change our charter as presented in the citizen's petition. So I think the reason why this is a 2-part discussion, in my view, is that we have to talk about the letter itself that we have to send to the legislature, and then we as ELD commissioners should be discussing kind of what the future looks like when it comes to the governance and the work and relationship between the select board, the subcommittee, and the ELD management team from now until the transition takes place to an independently elected electric light commission. So before I open it up to the board members to make comment, I will just mention one thing that, and this has been communicated with the petitioner and other parties that are interested in this petition, but it was discovered through our town clerk doing some investigatory work with the state agencies that the election for a local commission does have to happen during the local election cycle, which is in May. So the earliest that this election of these commissioners will be able to take place will be May of 2027 during the local elections. And which means that from now until then, the select board will remain the commissioners as such. Andrew, if you wouldn't mind coming to the front. I know you'd probably just be reiterating what I just said, but can you just confirm those conversations that you had with the state about the election?
Yes, I actually reached out to Michelle Tassinari, who is the state elections attorney and deputy, and inquired regarding the citizens petition, asking about putting it on a November state ballot, and she said that was a hard no. That normally any form of elected body that is a town or city body, so to speak, would be on your next appropriate annual town election, meaning we don't know how long it will take to get through general court and the legislature in general, but it would be scheduled for the annual town election immediately following that approval.
Great, thank you. And I know that I've been in contact, I know Brendan's been in contact with our legislative delegation, Senator Tarr and Representative Kasner, to put this on their radar so that when they get the certified vote that the town clerk's office produced, plus the letter that our office here has to produce, they will get to work on making sure that that happens. So any questions as of right now?
Yes.
Linda.
Thank you. Does that affect the validity of the petition?
No, because it was not part of the motion.
Okay.
And the general law basically calls also, one of the other concerns we had was how do we assemble the 5-member elected commission? but the Mass General Law itself tells you how to do that, whether you have a 3-person commission or a 5-person commission. So it would set up a staggered term, and then they would be inevitably renewed for a 3-year term going forward. But the state was not concerned at all as far as the wording within the article, because it was the motion that was voted on.
Just one quick, do we have any sense of whether the legislature will be able to act on this home rule petition in time for a May election?
They've both indicated to me that they will be able to do that.
Okay.
The good news about this home rule petition is that even though the legislative session is ending July 31st of this year, and a new session doesn't start until January of 2027, they can still take up this home rule petition during an informal session, which they hold every Monday and Thursday for the Senate, and I think every Wednesday or Tuesday and Wednesday for the House. So they will be able to take this up even if it's not during formal session time frame, and they should be able to get this taken care of well in advance of the May election.
I guess it sort of bleeds maybe into your second item, but it's election related, which is maybe the way to think about it is, again, maybe we'll talk about here in a few minutes, but backing out from the election date, we should allow ourselves ample time, allow the town ample time. This is totally new elected positions. While it's an elected position, ideally we would promulgate some expectations or requests for certain expertise that we'd like to see candidates come forward with. It's an open election, so there's no guarantee of that, but I think we should allot ourselves as much time as possible to introduce this, allow candidates time to put some thought into putting their names forward before we get close to an election. That may tell us really when, I don't know what that date is, but that's really when we want to have that home rule petition approved.
Right.
Some months before.
So I know that, when we have questions that we want to put on the ballot, we have to get it to the town clerk's office 35 days in advance of the election. My question to you, Madam Clerk, is when you're not questions, but when you're putting offices that are to be elected on the ballot, how much time frame do you need leading up to the printing of the ballot for that to happen?
Well, I was going to add to Carl's, because it would be an elected position, the same rules would apply as when you are running. So we would need the nomination paper process. So that normally takes place, the nomination papers are normally ready, second week of February, and they have normally till the end of March, because that also backs up, I believe, 35 days prior to the town election. So everything would have to be truly, approved for them to receive nomination papers on that same time as everyone else that would be on the annual election ballot.
Makes sense. I think we should put a little extra emphasis on it because it is new. Just to make those dates and deadlines apparent to everyone that might be interested.
No, and I do agree. I mean, normally we do put out something in the local news. We did that this year. Maybe we'd want to think about doing it a little earlier, but we could not do any of that until it is approved. But I had the same thoughts, because I was even thinking about ballots going forward, that this will be always on an annual election ballot now.
Right.
So.
And to your point from earlier, Madam Clerk, the MGL that is referenced in the article is what defines the staggering of the election of the seats.
Correct.
Seats. Okay.
And I believe it's one member for 1 year, 2 members for 2 years, and then 2 members for 3 years. And then again, it will be every 3 years from that. Yeah.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry, would each candidate have to specify which slot they're running for?
Yes, just like even, if you're filling an unexpired seat.
Right.
We had that situation this year. So they would have to specify when they pull their papers what they are actually pulling the papers
1 year,
for.
2
Correct.
year, 3 year.
Correct.
Yep. Okay, so there might be some education around that too, because we want folks to recognize, if 5 people want to do the 1 year because they try it out, making sure that we have folks who are interested in,
all different.
Right.
I mean, I had that this year with the school committee. They were kind of changing their mind who was going to run for which seat.
Right.
So I would agree with that. I also think that probably the ELD subcommittee will probably have some of those conversations with these people in advance. So I think everyone will probably have an idea of who is looking to pull papers and for what the term would be.
And then, just procedurally speaking, so our office, Brendan's office, will draft the letter that we need to sign to send to the general court. And in that letter, it'll request the legislature to edit that piece of when the election would take place.
Well, what...
That gets submitted with your certified vote for them to then process.
So you already have the certified vote from the article, but what the attorney for the State Elections Division told me was that the Select Board letter is just going to tell the legislature to put it on the next annual town election upon approval. Because although we in Ipswich are giving them the direction, it has to come from the legislature.
Right.
So we don't have to correct anything, because again, what you're voting on any article is the motion, not the actual article, it's the motion.
Right.
So it is just clarifying exactly that the Select Board wants it to be placed on the annual town election after, it has been approved.
Are there questions from the board members on that part of the process? Charlie?
Andrea, just as time goes on, I realize that we're doing 1, 2, and 3-year terms initially. After that, are they 3-year terms?
Correct, yes, but that will allow them to be staggered.
To be staggered,
Yeah.
right. But the guy that gets it for a year may run for a 3-year term the next time.
Correct.
Thank you.
So I think what we'll do, Brendan, is we will put a letter together from your office on Select Board letterhead that has that request, and then we'll get it voted on and signed by the Select Board, and then we'll get that plus the certified vote up to the general court. Okay, so that'll be on a future Select Board agenda for the official vote, and then we'll sign it and get it up. Any other questions on that before we move on?
No.
Okay, great. So the next agenda item is
Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you, Andrea. Don't go too far.
Yeah. Get comfortable.
Discuss or vote the electric light governance and possible next steps. So I guess the reason for this agenda item is, as we just talked about, the Select Board will remain commissioners at least until the next annual town election, which will be May of 2027. And I think what we need to decide is we need to work with our team over at the ELD to make sure that we have a seamless transition plan put in place. Make sure that we have everything ready for the new commission once they're elected. And make sure any concerns that may come up get addressed before that happens. So that way, the new commission coming on board will have the ability to get their feet wet as new commissioners. But the reason why I wanted to talk about this tonight is because is there any sense from the board on any changes in the current structure that we have, which is the commissioners meet jointly with the electric light subcommittee on our second meeting every month, and we discuss all the ongoing happenings of the ELD. Charlie?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's incumbent upon all of us to, do what's best for the town in this situation. I think what we have in place has worked over the past couple of years. I don't see any reason why we couldn't continue that, in the future and take it from there. But, the subcommittee has provided us with valuable advice, moving forward. I think that's been a great benefit to us as commissioners, and I see really no need to change that.
Any comments on that?
No, I agree. I agree with Charlie. I think it's in the town's best interest that we continue meeting the way that we have.
I think it's also in the department's best interest. There's been some, over the last few years, there's been some change and transition to the department. And I think at this point, we should kind of stay the course. I think there have been some improvements to just visibility of the department here for more regular meetings. with the subcommittee and having Dylan here more often. I think that's been a positive change over the last couple of years. So I think for stability for the department, I want the department and the staff to know we're going to keep things moving forward as they are until there's a new commission. And then I think it behooves us to, when there are new commissioners, create, good communication. The onus is, I think, going to be on us then to maintain a connection with that commission. I think in the past, when we didn't have ELD staff here very often, we would meet, when I first joined the select board 5 years ago, we met with the department head once or twice a year, literally, period. So there's been a lot of improvement in that, and I'm hoping that we can keep that. But I think with the new commission, the onus is on us to keep the bridge between the new commission and the town.
Yeah.
And so we have to figure out whether we have some regular attendance at a meeting just to keep information flowing in both directions, or we've got to come up with, our obligation to keep the vision townwide.
Right. I totally agree with that. And again, I think I raised this at town meeting, that one of my concerns was that there was no mechanism built in that tied the two commissions together, the select board and the ELD commission together, to make sure that we stay in constant communication, because we need to know what moves the ELD commission is going to make, just as the ELD commission needs to know what moves the select board is going to make, because ultimately the same person is paying for both of those costs, right? So we need to make sure that we're not doing anything out of sync, and we don't want to silo them into their own work without communicating with the rest of the town on the different activities that are going on. So I think I would envision that would be part of the transition plan that we put together. And I would actually recommend that maybe at either maybe for our July meeting, we can talk about an agenda item that has an ELD commission goal setting session, where we as electric light commissioners set goals for what we want to accomplish over the next year. And one of those things can be how that transition plan looks, and one of the things, and we can put together things that we want to recommend to work with the new commission to kind of codify what you just said. Any other questions on that?
No, I'll just second some of that. I agree that it should be business as usual between now and whenever a change is officially made. I do think that we ought to get some notice out, at least notice out sometime probably this fall, and encourage, or maybe sooner than that, and encourage anyone who may have an interest in running for one of these seats to start attending our joint meetings. That's where they should come. Come and sit in. I mean, they can watch it at home, of course, but better to come and be in person and experience a little bit. And then I do think what you just said, Michael, we should do. Ultimately, it's going to be up to the new commissioners to decide what their rules and regulations and policies will be. Right. But I think the current electric light commissioners should make recommendations. We have a starting point with some of the work that the petitioner put together. I think the board should talk about that, and that should be a leave behind for the new commissioners.
Yep, I agree. Okay, so I don't think tonight requires any sort of formal vote on anything. So what we'll do is, moving forward, is we will put together an agenda that has a goal-setting session in it, and we will talk about these items, and we'll maybe assign some duties on folks internally to take on the task of going through some transition thoughts that we can bring to the full board to discuss.
And we might also be able to kind of pick the brains of the communities who've already done this. They might have some lessons learned, things that went well during their transitions, or things that didn't go well. So we might want to pick, understand what, the communities, and they might have some things to avoid, or things that went really well. Might be helpful to reach out to some of those folks too.
Absolutely. All right. Any other things ELD related before we move on? Great. So next, discuss, vote, public safety building and possible next steps. So again, we had a town meeting a couple weeks ago, and we had an article on there to approve additional funding for a public safety facility that has been long in the works, that unfortunately did not gain success at the annual town meeting, and it lost by 2/3, but it did win a majority vote over at the ballot, which is a local bylaw that the town has where any sort of borrowing over a certain threshold has to go to the ballot to get a simple majority vote at the ballot. And so I think the question is, you know, I know that there's been some discussions about possible next steps, but I think that we should be having those discussions here tonight on how the board feels that, what actions should be taken for next steps. And, you know, the actions can be a whole array of different things. But I will open it up for discussion.
Okay. You can start. You want to go ahead,
No.
please.
Well, first of all, Michael, I think the main point is that it was greatly supported by a majority of people.
Mhm.
You know, I think in any circumstance, you know, 60% in favor would be considered a landslide, you know, in politics as a whole. I do think that the other issue is that, you know, to be realistic, those buildings cannot survive much longer. You know, and if we continue to kick the can down the road, I think one or two things is going to happen. First of all, you know, someone's going to get hurt, you know, and result in a suit, you know, from some handicapped person who can't get in the building in need of assistance, you know, and there's no way to even identify that they're, you know, around the building and trying to get in is a problem. I think that, you know, the whole issue of the deterioration of the buildings is I mean, it's just evident, you know, and I think that, you know, over the past few years, the community has shown strong support, you know, for the building. And I think to, you know, have it, you know, lost by 8 votes, you know, is a tragedy, and to give way to that incentive moving forward would be a mistake. You know, I don't know if folks had it, but late this afternoon, we had an email from a person, a very thoughtful email, who indicated that she didn't think her clicker worked. And, you know, it said A, B, and I think there was some confusion with regard to that. So, you know, I think in the best interest of the community, you know, and the safety of the public and the safety of our employees and the services that these buildings offer our citizens in the horrendous conditions that we expect them to work in now, would be, you know, remiss in our duties as protectors of the public safety not to move forward.
Thank you. I want to echo Charlie's comments, but I do want to stress that the vote at town meeting only lost the 2/3 threshold by 8 votes. The majority was very much in favor of it. The majority at the ballot was very much in favor of moving forward. I think we saw here tonight the public safety, our first responders, we owe it to them as well as to our community to keep all of us safe, to have them working in safe buildings. And the time is now. I would totally support going back to a special town meeting and revoting this. Again, it was a strong majority, and not just at this town meeting and ballot, but over the last several years. The community has said we want this, and I'm going to stress that the board move forward with scheduling another town meeting. So I would agree. I think a couple things moved me on this. Over the years, we purchased the land. We did the initial authorization. We moved ARPA money. We moved the secondary $500,000. The reason we had to come back again was because of a lawsuit. There was a delay, increased costs, and we had to respond to that. So the town has had the opportunity to vote on this project time and time again, and it has been, you know, resounding majority approvals over time. So we are at the finish line at this project, and I think this has been our lead major capital project for the town for years. It's shovel ready. It's ready to go. If we delay now and don't go after this next potential vote, we are
failing as leaders. People are expecting us to make hard decisions, and I felt like after our school vote, you know, that still stings for all of us, and we did not go after that second town, special town meeting, and I think we're going to regret that for a long time. So I feel like we should be able to kind of debrief, look at the mistakes we've made, recover from them, and chart a different course. And now's the opportunity to say, Ipswich, now is the time, and kicking the can down the road doesn't save us money. It shows we've seen that it only costs us more money, and we're putting our staff at risk. And it's powerful to me. It was powerful at town meeting when the two chiefs stood up and walked out of town meeting. And there was a very somber moment. People watched them exit town meeting. And I thought, these are the folks who are running in when things are unsafe. And we're not standing up for them. And it is fitting that they're here tonight with this overwhelming support. And, you know, Chief Parisi makes these, eloquent comments about Ipswich committing to public safety right from go with buckets and ladders, and Charlie makes comments about speaking to the depth of the work that our public safety folks commit to, the trauma that they see, right, in these accident scenes and fires and whatnot. And it's time. The time is now for us to commit to them as much as to ourselves. It's an investment both in our staff and the equipment that we buy. We buy this expensive fire equipment, and it's not in the building. We buy this expensive technology for our staff, and it's not supported. It's not protected. We've got floods and rain, and we're putting our own technology investments at risk as well as the safety of our staff. And if they're not safe, we by default are also not safe. So I absolutely think it is our duty to go after this again and do maybe a better job of presenting the need and verbalizing the costs, the do-nothing costs as well. And I think we perhaps need to participate in that too, and kind of work on the presentation so we can put away the misinformation and some of the other information that's out there that might be confusing to folks. And I really feel like this is an opportunity for us to stand up and lead this charge.
Go next? I agree with much of what was said. I mean, honestly, I have somewhat mixed feelings on this one. Mixed, because I don't, procedurally, I think it's warranted, a second vote. I don't think it's inappropriate. We have done it in the past on other issues. It does give you pause to think about it when you ask people a second time to vote on something. So I think about that. It makes me not uncomfortable, but makes me pause a bit. I believe everybody on all sides of this issue when they say there is no question about the need. I think that's everyone's being honest. I think that if we have done anything, we have established a need. Mm-hmm. The question has always been, what's the project to fill the need? Right. And we still have, by many measures, a somewhat imperfect project. Or we wouldn't be talking about this tonight. There have been enough people who've had doubts to make it fail by a very slim margin at town meeting. So that gives us further pause to think. The challenge I have with thinking about an alternative approach is we don't really know what the reaction of the town would be to a next proposal. Mm-hmm. I know there are suggestions that a different one, others that have been put forward, would be the promise of being much better received. But we don't really know that. So we have to make a judgment on what's right in front of us. Mm-hmm. And it seems to me that our recent history has been that at least big building projects, if we can get somewhere around 60%, that's a pretty resounding vote of support. I would love to believe we could get to 75 or 80%. I'm not sure in this day and age it's out there. I think we're just kind of a divided community and world on big issues, and when we get anything close to something over a major majority, that's probably perhaps the best we could do. I'd like to think we could do better, but I'm unconvinced. So I think on this one, I guess the way I think about it is we should be sure, because we do know that if this doesn't pass, or if we don't go back and ask again, and if it isn't successful, we do know for sure that the project will pause for an extended period of time. Just the process alone will take some time, and it will get substantially more expensive. And anyone who's proposing an alternative approach has to acknowledge that. That's a fact. Can't push the project down the road 2 or 3 or some number of years and expect it's going to be less expensive than it is today. It won't be. Now, maybe we're willing to pay that price, but we have to acknowledge that. So I think there is some cost to doing another election, of course, but given a $38 million overall investment, I think that's money worth spending, again, to be sure. And if it's unsuccessful at town meeting, then obviously we're going to have to go back to the drawing board, and I would encourage the board to do that, to really go back to the drawing board. But I think we should be sure. So it's a long way around saying, much as I have questions about it, and I'm a little ambivalent, I would support holding a special town meeting to have another vote.
Okay. So when I think about these types of decisions, what I try to do is I try to take the project itself out and just look at the process. Because, typically when a community puts forth a project and it ends up being unsuccessful, and there's a general consensus on a need or a want or a refurbish or an upgrade or something new, usually they'll come back to the community, but it'll have a change of scope or price or metric or something. I think we saw that recently when it came to the Noresco project. The Noresco project went before town meeting. It was not successful. And we made changes to it and presented a new proposal to the community for it to ultimately be adopted. So I look at this process here, and I say to myself, well, we're not changing the scope, and we're not changing the price. We're just putting forth the same ask before town meeting and the election again. So my question is, because all the arguments that were made here tonight, I don't disagree with them, and I think there'll be the same arguments that'll be made at a special town meeting as they were at the town meeting where this vote failed. So my question is what is the change that secures the confidence of this board that the next time around it will get a 2/3 vote if none of the metrics or the cost of the project have changed?
Well, I would say, for me anyway, it's the same consideration I think the public may have that goes in at least my thinking, which is the outcome of the ballot vote. If it had been a very close vote, or if it had failed, then there's no doubt. Clearly the town said, in the broadest way it could, at the ballot, we're not interested. But 60% of people said we are. And if a far larger number of people, as we all know, that turn out to the ballot, multiple times more than turn out to town meeting. So that's what would influence my thinking, I think would influence the public's to consider taking another look at it. Just because the town clearly said, 60% of people's ballot said, we're interested in this project, even though the town meeting by a slim margin did not. I think on its face, that's worth a second look.
I think, though, at the town meeting, just to continue with your analogy, it got over 60% of the people that were attending a town meeting.
64%, right?
I'm sorry?
Right, almost 65%, right, almost
Correct.
2/3 vote.
So, you needed 1 more percent or, 8 people, and it would have been a different outcome. So, I mean, that just reinforces that, I think that the community widely supports it. And, I think that the mere fact that we're going back again is going to generate more support for it because, people who that approach me certainly are interested in going to town meeting and participating more loudly, in its passage.
Yeah, and that was the point that I was trying to make. We saw a majority very close to the two-thirds threshold at town meeting. And we saw a significant majority at the ballot. Over 15 or 1,600 people went to the ballot. So I think, we are respecting those votes by going back.
Yeah. We debated the same thing, everyone will remember, Sarah certainly will, when the elementary school building failed. There was an option there to go back within a short period of time and vote again after it was supported at the ballot. Failed at town meeting, but was supported at the ballot. That wasn't by as wide a margin. School committee voted not to do it. I think in hindsight, many of us think that was a mistake. We were persuaded not to, but it was probably a mistake. And looking back on the cost of that decision, who knows if it would have turned out differently. It probably was another instance of being sure. Because that, again, I don't know if a second vote would have been different, but if it would have been, boy, the finance of the town would look a lot different today. And probably the position of the public safety building will look a lot different today if we had taken a second vote.
I guess, we live in democracy, and democracy is imperfect, right? And it comes with challenges, and it comes with its good times and its bad times. And sometimes, votes don't go the way that we want them to go. Me personally, I'll give a great example of this, was the dam removal. Personally, I was against dam removal, and we decided to put it to a ballot vote, and the town said, we want the dam removed. So we had to honor that and move forward. I looked into why borrowing items require 2/3 majority vote instead of just a simple majority vote. And the idea behind it is because when you borrow, you're indebting the community for quite a period of time financially to pay back something that the town would like to move forward with. And so the idea about getting a 2/3 majority vote is you want the community to have broad, great acceptance of a project to move forward, because it will be indebting not only the current generation, but a future generation. So the threshold for obligating the town is increased from a simple majority to a 2/3 majority. And unfortunately, we didn't meet that threshold at town meeting. And we also, even though it's only required to have a simple majority ballot at the ballot box, we also didn't acquire a 2/3 majority vote there. And again, I guess my question is still outstanding because I don't think it was answered. How are we sure that we're going to secure a 2/3 majority vote at town meeting without presenting something with changed metrics, changed finances, if it didn't get 2/3 at town meeting or the ballot? And then I say to myself, moving forward, where is this gray zone that we're creating when it comes to future projects? Because our school project that failed a few years ago by 38 votes, that did not move forward. But a public safety building project that failed by 8 votes, we do want to move forward with. And the way I see it, and again, I'm trying to take projects themselves out, and I'm just looking at the process. The way I see it is if you move forward with any project, but not another project, and you start creating gray zones, you're undermining the process, and you're undermining people's confidence when it comes to their opportunity to go to the polls or town meeting and cast a ballot. I guess what I'm saying is you either stick to a standard, and if you don't stick to that standard, then you undermine the confidence. And I think we already deal with challenges when it comes to town meeting, getting attendance, people coming down during the week, at night, staying for multiple hours. Well, now we're adding a fourth pillar, and that is that you can vote, and there is a chance that the vote that you take won't matter because we're going to continue to move forward in a certain way regardless. And to me, that sends a signal of your vote will matter when it counts. And I don't want to start that slippery slope. And it's difficult because you're right. If things had gone differently back in 2018, maybe we'd be in a different position. But that select board and that community back then chose not to move forward. And now we're looking to go the opposite direction with another project. And I just get concerned about what message we're setting to voters out there. And again, it has nothing to do with the project itself. It has to do with the process of how we pass projects and get funding approved.
So I'm just going to respond. Can I respond to that? I hear that. Two things. Even by taking the project out, the process includes the opportunity to revote. Kind of like with 3A, when citizens brought it back after we had just passed it. They brought it back up. People didn't like it. I didn't like it. It came back up, and we revoted it again. So every vote counts, but part of that voting process includes the ability to bring the vote back, to bring the process back, whether there's money involved in it or not. So, you know, I guess I would say every vote counts, and both the town can bring our town project back if it wants reconsideration, and a citizen can bring a ballot vote back, a zoning change back, if it wants reconsideration. We make changes to our bylaws all the time and revote things as we learn whether they're working or not working. We amend things on the floor, we amend things at the next town meeting, because we analyze how things are going and adjust course. And that's, I think, learning and progress. So, you know, I appreciate the comment, but I do think the voting process, the democracy process that we have allows for revotes, because sometimes we don't get it right. And sometimes people just want to make sure we got it right, so we vote again. So I feel like we are using a part of the process as we try to move forward a big investment project for the town. And I kind of look at it as, you know, supporting, like Linda captured the comment, we are respecting the vote, and the majority vote said, we want this project. They said it at town meeting, they said it at the ballot, and they have said it multiple times along the course of the last several decades when we invested and authorized a bunch of money on this project. So they've said it time and time again. And so I think we need to allow them to say it yet again.
If I may, Michael, you know, I certainly agree with what Sarah said, but I think too, we have to remember what our obligations as we sit here is. You know, and I think the greatest obligations we have are the protection of the safety of the public, you know, as well as to educate, you know, our kids. That's the very essence of why government was formed, all right? And, you know, to sit here and know full well that we're kind of failing, you know, in the protection of the public safety is a tragedy, you know, and I think it's remiss of our obligation to present it to the public so that it can be passed. You know, as has been pointed out, it got over 60% in both forums. And, you know, not to pursue it and not to do a better job of explaining it's not on a wetlands, no matter what you say, you know, and no matter how you twist it, you know, and it's not going to disrupt the neighborhood. Fire departments, you know, and police departments are pretty good neighbors, you know, I mean, it's better than some things that could go there, certainly. But I truly believe that, you know, if we fail in our obligation to protect the public and, you know, to convince the public that this is an important project, then, you know, we fail as a board.
Just to be clear on one thing, we had determined that we would need 2 votes, right? Both would have to have a special town meeting, revote, if we choose to do that, and another ballot vote.
Yeah.
Do we have
So
confirmation on that?
We have confirmation from both bond and town council that it would have to be a special town meeting first, and then another special election afterwards. So I'm hearing a consensus of wanting to put this forth again. And I think what we need to also talk about before we get our town clerk involved in these discussions, the awes of the elections. We need to talk about, are we looking at a standalone special town meeting, or are we looking at adding an article for the fall town meeting?
I'm for doing a special right now.
I think time is money, and I think we need to do this at the earliest possible opportunity.
I agree.
Yeah, but I would just like to understand the count, the schedule,
Yes.
And that's a
notification.
fantastic segue to our town clerk and our town moderator. If we could have both of them join us here and answer, I'm sure, the many questions that we have. I think the first thing that we could use an outline on is, what does a timeline look like for a special town meeting that is not in conjunction with our fall town meeting?
So I actually made copies for all of you of, I worked up a little schedule, and then I went through it with Jim as well, and then Brendan and I went through it also this morning. And of course, I left it downstairs in my office, which I will get to you. Well, there's two issues that come to play, truthfully. Unfortunately, we are in a state election year, which makes things a little more complicated as far as even timing. Because what is going to happen is very shortly, the first week of July, the state will send out their postcards for anyone that would like to vote by mail. So we will have anyone that has checked off all elections for the year will have to get a town election ballot as well. Now, that's not usually a problem, but they will also be getting their state primary ballots at the same time. And I have been in this office before when we have fallen into this, and it becomes very confusing to the voters. They are putting the ballots in the wrong envelopes. They are calling the office saying, you know, why don't I have candidates on this? I must be missing something. And it does truly get very confusing for the voter. The other issue, and truly since actually today that I had to deactivate any voters that have not sent in their 2026 census. So if they come to vote at any of the special town meetings in the here and now, they will be inactive. So that will be an issue that I would like to be able to have some time to get the cards back that get sent out for them to confirm that. The other issue with a special town meeting, anything for an annual is doubled for a special. So it would have to be something, this was something that Jim actually and I worked on, that if this was decided this evening, we are going to have a standalone special town meeting and town election. The earliest would be July 28th, that we could have a special town meeting, and August 11th would be a special town election. And that would be if that is something that is voted on, decided tonight, and then it would have to be published by June 10th, and then the timing begins. And that will be right in the crux of early voting for the primary. So,
You think that's manageable, Andrea, given the confusion that you just described?
it's very confusing. I'm not going to say, I mean, you have to do what you have to do, but to be truthful, it would, I know I won't be a fan, I won't have fans saying this, but it would be something that would make a lot more sense to wait until our scheduled special town meeting. We would then be able to, the state does allow on the by year of a state ballot, as we did before. We could then get it on the November 3rd state ballot. And then we would not have to have a special and a special town election.
Linda, could you just lay out the time frame? I understood the time frame was a little bit different than that. That, I mean, if we decide to have a special town meeting, then you have to leave it open for a number of days for people if they have, citizens' queries. It's going to be one item. And then what takes up the other 65 days that we're talking?
Well, so what happens is things have to be published in the paper.
Right.
And to your point, the warrant has to be opened. It has to stay open for a minimum of a week.
Right.
Then I know that you normally do have your hearings.
Right.
Then the warrant would have to be approved. It would have to be signed. I would have to receive the ballot language 35 days prior to the election. And anything, like I said, for an annual, that would be a 1-week span, would be a 2-week span. It would have to be posted in the paper 2 weeks. Once the warrant was approved, it would have to be posted by the constable. So that is where we are at the end of July into the beginning of August. Because we're already on June 1st.
Right.
And you have to publish that you're opening your warrant as well, so.
Right.
And I think the next publication,
I think we really need to see that timeline. And, I mean, what's to say that, we can't have special meetings, or we can't put it in a daily newspaper instead of a weekly newspaper, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Can we do that?
it has to be published that the public would know.
In a newspaper that's commonly available in the community?
Correct.
Okay, so that could be a daily newspaper like the Salem News.
It could be, it would be more money, I do know that.
But would it still need to have the, 1 or 2 weeks publishing notification?
When I read the bylaw, I think it needs to be published for 3 days.
Needs to be published for 3 days?
A minimum of 3 days. It says unless you feel that that would cause harm to the public.
What does that mean, 3 days? 3 consecutive days, 3 weeks?
No, 3 days prior to opening your warrant.
Oh, that's what I thought, right.
Oh, it doesn't need to be published 3 times in the.
That I honestly do not know,
No, I
to be
think
honest with you,
that's- I think
because
that's
I'm
what it
not the
sounded
one that
like.
would be publishing it. That I do not know. I don't know how many times it gets published.
I think the issue of a daily paper as opposed to the weekly paper would buy you a week, which means that the special town meeting, instead of being the 28th of July, would be the 21st of July. And the special town election, instead of being the 11th of August, would be the 4th of August.
Does that change any of the confusion issue with the state election?
No, because the state will send out the postcards. Last year, they went out July 7th
For the primary.
for the primary.
Primary election, September, prior to the...
September 1st, and it's early this year. They actually did us a favor and put it the weekend before Labor Day.
What percent of the vote would we
I should
expect
point
to
out
be
that
early?
the schedule that we worked on together, we didn't incorporate the FinCom requirements, and I don't think they'll affect those dates, but it could affect those dates.
Yeah, we didn't.
They have to have a hearing.
Because they
They do have to have a
They
hearing,
have to have a
yes.
hearing, and they can only have the hearing after you sign the warrant.
Yeah.
So there may be,
Comment tonight.
there may or may not be an impact.
Say that again?
Can I speak as a member of this committee? I have a data point that might help your decisions.
Regarding, yes, you can.
Yes, so as a staff member, the chief didn't want to speak. We just tried to...
You just identify yourself, Rob.
Yes, Rob Donahue, a citizen member of the Public Safety Building Committee. If we were to wait until the fall, you're looking at approximately a 3% increase in cost, which is approximately $200,000 difference between what was the last, $300,000 difference between what was asked at last town meeting to if we waited till the fall.
So instead of 9.8, it would be 10.1?
Just under 10.1. In that time, what we could also do is to get everything 100% complete, get an absolute cost. We'd be able to use that time. We still have money in our budget with the existing, for the architect to move forward with that. So we could, at your direction, proceed with that, come back with an absolute number, and I don't think it would be a tremendous change in price to wait that time.
Or for a special town meeting in July, or if it's on the fall?
If we're going to go to the fall.
Wait till the fall.
Okay, I'm missing that, Rob. I'm sorry, I'm missing what you're saying.
If we waited to the fall, you'd look at approximately a $300,000 escalation in cost.
Okay, and looking into a July
You'd have
special?
to do the math So
Okay.
maybe it's a 1% rather than a 3% over that, so somewhere between $100,000 and $300,000 would be a very rough estimate at this, but hopefully that helps you when you.
That is helpful. Thank you for bringing that to
But
our
I guess
attention.
part of the point is that either way, if we are going to hold another election, whether it's a month from now or 4 months from now, there will be a different cost put before the voters.
Every time that clock ticks, a dollar in value goes up.
Thank you.
How much, Andrew, I'm just curious, how much of our, I don't know, this maybe is a guess on your part, but based on your experience, how much of the vote is early or absentee? So how much of the vote might we anticipate would be affected by confusion?
We have had up to 7,700 vote by mail ballots for one election.
For
No, what I'm saying is when the state sends out, so that any state year, the state sends out their postcards before any of their elections. So a presidential year, it would be before the March primary, before the September one, and then before the November one. This year, we have a September 1 state primary, and then we have a November 3rd state election. So what happens is, like I said, last year was July 7th. I tried to get a time certain. They don't really tell you, but it's normally right after the 4th of July. They send out the vote by mail ballot postcards. Anyone that checks off all elections this year, you have to send them you have to send them no matter if you have 2 elections or 5 elections.
Even for local elections?
Yes, because it's all elections this year. I already had several that I sent for the May election because people already put those in.
Now, one other thing that was looked at was if you had an early special town meeting, say in August, could you do away with the October meeting? But there are some issues. One is any changes in the municipal budget, which is typically a fall activity, has to be taken care of. The Essex Tech final numbers would have to be available. And I also checked with the planner in terms of the ADU and the definitions articles, and they're not having their public hearings until the 27th of July, which is way beyond what would be needed to make an August town meeting include those items. And also keep in mind that you don't have the opportunity to restrict this to a single article because citizens can bring forward petitions.
Right.
So,
Do we have any rough sense of what the total cost for these 2 events would be?
So the special town election would be anywhere from $12,000 to $13,000 based on what I just paid out for the annual. And the town meeting, although I'm not responsible for all of the costs, I did some research for last year's with the water treatment plant, and I believe we're looking at probably about $25,000 or so for that.
Assuming we'd have a lower gym and rentals are involved and all that, yeah.
That is part of even on the schedule that, once a date is chosen, we would have to confirm with the schools, have to confirm with the Y, have to confirm with Meridia. Once the date is chosen, then it will set in motion everything else naturally.
So using the low end of your numbers, you're looking at a total cost between special town election and special town meeting of about $37,000?
Yes. And that, I would say, is the low end. And actually, on a side note of that, I'll also have postage on any ballots, which I didn't consider into that.
Andrea, could you provide a breakdown of the costs where they are to us for that?
I actually have a little cheat sheet, so to speak, here that I made copies. They're all in my office. I didn't want to send them off to you till I went through it with Brendan this morning.
But we will get those.
Yes.
So thank you. Okay. All right. How would the board like to proceed?
I think it makes sense to move forward with a special this summer. I think the project is shovel-ready. We're hearing with additional time, it's additional cost. this project's been delayed already, resulting in these, these other votes. So I think it's time. The time is now. I think it's time to, I would suggest we do the earliest possible special.
Are you making that a motion?
I move that the select board approve a special town meeting as early as the town clerk deems possible, with a town election immediately following.
I'll second that.
All right, moved by Sarah, seconded by Linda. Further discussion?
Yeah, Andrew, just to put a finer point on this potential ballot confusion, tell me what you're thinking. Do you think it would affect the quality of the vote on this particular issue? Or is it more that it's just going to create an additional hardship on your office?
No, I have found in past, like I said, I have been through it before in the office, and I will just give you an example. Some people like to send both their ballots in one envelope, and then inevitably, when you open the envelope, you could possibly have a town election ballot in it at the primary, because based on what envelope they send in, and we would not be able to open a town election envelope early. Or we could have the opposite. We could have, I'm opening a town election vote by mail envelope, and there could be a primary ballot in there. It does become very confusing for the voter.
And so if the example of someone puts a town ballot in the later election, then that just wouldn't end up being counted.
Correct.
Would have missed that.
Correct.
So, any further discussion before we take a vote?
Excuse me, may I speak for a second? I'm sorry, I know you're voting, but I just don't want the vote to contain when the town clerk deems that the earliest, because like I said, Jim and I truly laid out what we felt would be realistically the earliest date because of publication and setting the clock running from that point.
That is
So,
July 28th for a
That
special
was
town
what
meeting,
we had,
August 11th
that's what
for a
we had
special
thought would
election.
be the earliest.
So,
So do you want me to, I can amend my motion?
if you wouldn't mind, Sarah, that'd be great.
I'm, okay, I will rescind my initial motion.
Do you accept that, rescind?
I do.
I move that the select board authorize a special town meeting at the earliest possible date with a town election immediately following.
So you don't want to use the two dates provided?
Well, I do think we should check with the FinCom as well, correct? Because they do need to have a hearing.
Okay.
So we need to make sure those dates,
So what we'll do then, depending on how this vote goes, if it is successful, then we will have another meeting shortly after to confirm a date.
So could we put that on our next agenda,
Yeah.
which is the 8th?
But my motion would allow, moving forward, if the date you propose tonight or another date becomes firm, this motion would allow the planning to begin.
Yep.
At
I would think so.
the earliest possible date.
Right.
You know,
But you can't, without a specific date, you can't publish. And that's a driver here.
Right, we have to eventually vote a date.
Because if you don't,
But you could
if
begin
you
the-
don't, if you don't pick a date until the 8th and you don't do a weekly, that means that
We lost a week.
you don't publish until the 17th.
So I guess my question is, how confident are we on that date?
On which date?
The dates that were offered this evening?
July
Who needs to confirm
July
those dates?
28th and August 11th.
I guess I would suggest that you vote a specific date, and that between now and your next meeting, we can validate the FinCom schedule to make sure that it aligns with the 28th. If it doesn't, then at your next meeting, you change the date.
and we should also check the school facilities and the Y
There's
facilities
some
as well.
checking that needs to go on here.
And we also need to look for money in the budget, too. Brendan.
So,
So do you want to rescind your motion, Sarah?
Yes, of
And-
course. Sure, yeah.
And then will you accept that?
Yes.
Okay, and
So,
would you like to make a new motion?
yes, perfect. So remind me, the dates that you offered were
July
July 28th and
and
August 11th. Right. Okay. I move that the Select Board authorize a special town meeting for July 28th, 2026, as well as a town election on August 11th, 2026. Second.
Moved by Sarah, seconded by Linda. Further discussion?
Do the confirmation, have us on our agenda for next week, so we.
Yes, oh yeah,
Yes.
no, what, we're gonna have to have, this is gonna have to be a standing item on our agendas moving forward as we continue to get updates relative to the Y being booked and the school and our equipment that we need to rent, et cetera. Under further discussion, I don't think there's anything that I can say here tonight that would change the minds of my fellow members, and everyone is entitled to their opinion. I'm gonna be a no. And again, this has no reflection on my love for our public safety officials. It has no reflection on the fact that we do need to address these buildings. What it reflects is taking a motion and the project out, looking at the process. The vote failed by 2/3. We are not presenting a new alternative to the public. So we are just putting forth a special town meeting and a special election because we don't like the result of what we saw at our annual town meeting. And that's why I'm voting no, because I think that if we start to make a gray zone and bend the processes and not stick to our processes, we start to undermine our processes. And that's all I have to say.
So just a point of clarification, I don't think the vote failed by 2/3. It missed the threshold of 2/3 by 8 votes.
That's what I meant.
So I just want to clarify that.
Thank you. Any other further discussion?
Yeah, I
Yes,
take
John.
exception to your comments relative to that, Michael. I think it's much more than that.
Okay.
Okay, I think it's about, once again, the protection of the public. And that's an obligation that we have.
I think I'd make a comment that this is part of the process, which is why we're allowed to do it.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor for the motion presented signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Aye. 4-1, it passes. Special town meeting for July 28th and special election for August 11th. So I will work with Brendan and our town clerk and our town moderator, and we will work on getting all of the particulars put together. So we need to, like I said, we need to make sure that we reserve the school for the lower gym. We need to make sure that we reserve the Y for the actual election. Brendan will work to figure out the money for the cost of those two items. And then we'll work in contacting with the Finance Committee to make sure that they can prep for warrant hearings. And we'll also work with our partners over at the local news to make sure that there's the appropriate publishing requirements that are needed for all this.
And then maybe we could do a little ICAM thing about the
can you
ballots
miss,
and the envelopes to try to solve the,
I think we should try to get
Confusion.
something out there to help that. I agree.
And put something in the local news, because I think more people read the Wednesday newspaper than they might look at ICAM. So,
Mr. Chairman, you missed one thing, which is we need to validate that that Meridia, the voting folks,
Yes.
will also be available.
Yes, you're right. Thank you.
that what? I missed.
The company that helps with our electronic voting.
Oh, right,
Make
right,
sure that they're
right.
available, make sure they have tech
Right.
support like they did for our past town meeting. All righty, moving right along down the agenda.
Can I just add one thing that, because the topic of citizen petitions came up, so it should be out there when the warrant would open and close for those as well, and that they would need 100
100 certified.
signatures.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. For
Yeah,
a
and
special.
on this schedule, the 15th of June, the warrant would open.
okay.
And it would close on the 22nd.
We'll be adding that to the agenda item. June meeting.
But that should get out to the local news like this coming week.
We have one of our local news officials who was here for that
Thank
process,
you.
and she'll be taking that back to the shop. Thank you. All right, next, discuss the date for Select Board Fiscal Year 2027 Goal Setting Session. And by the way, Madam Clerk, thank you for being here. Same with you, Mr.
Yes,
Moderator, for
thank
sticking
you.
it out. We appreciate your assistance and guidance. All right, so it was suggested by our previous interim town manager, Mr. Younger, that we move our goal-setting meeting up on the calendar, and I couldn't agree more. I think that having our goal-setting meeting a little earlier in the fiscal year will give us a little more runway space to be able to effectively try to accomplish our goals in a timely manner. So with that being said, is there any interest from the board in having a Wednesday meeting in June for us to be able to go on a retreat and have our goal-setting session for this coming fiscal year?
I could do a Wednesday, but I wouldn't be able to start before 6:30.
Would you like to have us look at a Tuesday?
Tuesdays are great,
How does the board feel about a Tuesday?
except June 9th, which is only next week anyway, so.
Well, I would offer that's all I have.
Oh.
June 9th or June 10th. If it isn't next week, I can't do a Tuesday or Wednesday in June.
Can we do June 10th at 6:30?
I could do June 10th.
Yeah, I mean, the other nights I can do 6:30. I just can't do it before that, that's
Yeah,
all.
That's fine.
Charlie did step out. Oh,
He's back.
Charlie. We're looking to schedule our goal-setting session on Wednesday, June 10th at 6:30 p.m. Is that, which is basically next Wednesday, is that something that you think you'd be able to make?
Can you make that?
Ken?
All right.
6:30 on the 10th.
Yes.
So location TBD?
I will have an update on the location for our meeting next Monday. And I'll work with Brendan and Mary to try to schedule something that makes sense and that is cost-effective as well.
So, I'm sorry, so next Monday, we have a regular meeting here.
Yep.
And then on the 10th, we're going to do a goal-setting session somewhere.
You got it. And I will update, so you all received the email that I sent about the June meetings. I hope that was helpful. What I'm going to do is I will update that,
Okay.
and I will now include this. And I think this will be good because this will actually give us more than the whole fiscal year to try to accomplish goals for FY27. And I would envision that this meeting would encompass a review of our past goals, see
Right.
kind of where we stand on those, and then work towards setting new goals for the next year. And usually we have our town manager and assistant town manager in attendance, so I would ask that if they could be in attendance as well, that would be greatly appreciated. Please.
Quick point of clarification, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I'm certainly able to make the meeting if it stays on the 10th. I have in my notes that there was conversation about a meeting on Tuesday, July 7th. Is that, I may have just misinterpreted the discussion from the.
Oh, no, you're right. I
meeting
had
this past
that
Tuesday.
date as well in my calendar.
I actually have that
Must
date as well.
Talked about that at our last meeting.
So we will
I'm fine to do it in June, though.
remove that date and put in the
And
10th.
then do the 10th.
Yes.
The only other probably point of discussion is past 2 years, as you'll recall, we had a facilitator.
Yes.
So I assume if we're going to go ahead with next week, we're not having that this year.
I don't think so. I don't think that's realistic. I can, if it's at the will of the board, we can certainly look into it, but I think we should be able to handle this internally.
So,
I agree wholeheartedly. I mean, I don't think the facilitator brought much to the table. to tell
no,
the truth.
that's exactly what I was going to say. I didn't feel that we took away anything productive out of that.
I think we have the ability to talk pretty constructively amongst the five of us. I think we can do that. Great. All right, so what we'll work on doing, Brendan, is we will work on circulating the FY27 26, current goals to the board for them to review over the weekend while they also think about what they want to see for FY27. And we'll get that to you guys sooner rather than later.
Thank you.
Okay? And like I said, hopefully we'll have a location as well at 6:30. Okay. All right. Anything else on this agenda item?
Should we plan on dinner for that, or
Yeah,
no?
oh, well,
Carl?
I'm bringing dinner.
Carl's on it. I feel
bring it up
confident.
this
Carl, that sounds like a total vice chair, homemade.
Bring a brown bag just in case.
Totally.
Bring your back.
I'm gonna have a granola bar in my bag.
Right.
Fool me once.
Yeah. All right. Approval of meeting minutes. We have 5 sets of meeting minutes in our packet: April 2nd, April 21st, April 27th, May 4th, and May 26th. I will entertain a motion to approve either individually or bundle them together as presented in our packet.
Can we just pull out the 21st? I was not present.
Okay?
If we can just do the rest of them, I would move that we approve minutes from April 2nd, 2026, April 27th, 2026, May 4th, 2026, and May 26th, 2026.
Second.
All right, moved by Sarah, seconded by Carl. Further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I will entertain a motion for April 21st's meetings.
So moved.
Moved by Linda.
Second.
Seconded by Carl. I'm assuming since Linda made the motion, it's already gone through the Lindagram.
I have reviewed all of these,
Excellent.
so thank you.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 I abstain.
4 with 1 abstention.
Okay.
Excellent. And we already did the consent agenda item. Is there any future agenda items that we would like to see?
I think we have enough coming up.
We have a ton coming up. But what would that be?
So when Mr. Younger was here, we had talked about organizing a open meeting law training for our committees and subcommittees.
Mhm.
And I thought he said that town council had offered to do it for free. So I'd like to get on that, especially as the end of June approaches and we're making all of these reappointments. I think that, we really should do that. So I think included in that was the open meeting law and conflict of interest review.
I will work on that.
Thank you.
I just have one, Michael.
Yes.
Actually, two, but of most importance, I think, as you well know, the town manager, Stephen Crane, and his successor, Tom, and I have been going to meetings at Whittier relative to the amendment of the agreement. And I think probably in late July, there's going to be some decisions made relative to some questions about voting priorities, meetings, et cetera, et cetera. I think, well, first of all, I think we should get Brendan up to speed on that. I do have a list of some straw poll questions, and I think it would be good if this board began to look at them and give us their thoughts on how the town of Ipswich should vote. I don't, want that obligation myself without feedback from yourselves and probably the school committee as well.
So you're required to give feedback to the committee that you're sitting on, is what you're saying?
Actually, what will happen, this is a subcommittee of the school committee.
Okay.
And it will be making recommendations to the school committee. Now, all 8 cities and towns, sit, we've been meeting monthly, going over a lot of issues relative to that, finding a lot of areas of agreement and many areas of disagreement as well. So, as I say, it's sort of winding down so that we're going to be making final recommendations probably in late July to the school committee relative to the amendments of the agreement.
Okay.
And it's such things as, should it be unanimous, for example, for one issue, or should it be a 2/3 vote or a majority vote? Should cities have, 2 representatives or have weighted votes as opposed to towns and things like that? So, it is important that we all understand what the ramifications are and really what direction you'd like us to vote.
Okay. What I'll do is I'll work with you offline to make sure that I reflect the agenda item accurately, and we can work on how we can distribute that information to the board.
Good.
Also, just so you all aware, for coming up in future agenda items, we are going to be discussing the subcommittees that we as select board members would like to sit on. Okay. We will also be having a brief presentation from our auditing firm to talk about the FY25 audit coming up. And we will also be I'll also be getting out the material to you folks from the audit committee meeting that we had before that presentation. That's not going to be till the 15th, though. So the 15th is going to be a pretty significant meeting as well. We're going to have a lot of items on that agenda to accomplish. Any other future items? Hearing none, with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'm sorry. Do we have a town manager report?
Well, it's not on the agenda.
It is.
No,
Oh,
it's
wait,
not.
sorry, I'm looking at the wrong.
You had the one that Brendan
Sorry,
sent around.
never mind.
Look, she's so excited. She just wants, look, she just wants.
That's right.
Dun, dun, dun.
We'll-
Sorry, I
we'll
just
get it-
got
we'll get a
very
good one.
excited.
We'll
Make
get a
it
good
good,
one.
make it good.
All right. Well, I do want to welcome Brendan to his first week here.
Yes.
And
Very excited to be here.
congratulations on your swearing in tonight.
Thank you.
Nice.
That went really well. And I'm sure your head is spinning in all different directions, but we'll,
Especially after I brought up the report.
yeah.
It's
no, that's
dynamic.
good. That's good.
Very dynamic.
All right, with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Moved by Linda,
Second.
seconded by Sarah. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. Thank you, Ipswich. Our next meeting is going to be on Monday, June 8th at 7 p.m. Thank you.